Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while, and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the ancient days of the Third Age, when the shadow had not yet fully awakened in Dol Guldur and the woodland realm still flourished in green splendor, there lived among the elves of Mirkwood a prince whose eyes held the light of stars and whose step was lighter than the fall of leaves upon still water. This was Legolas Greenleaf, son of Thranduil the Elvenking, and though many songs have been sung of his deeds in the War of the Ring, there are other tales, quieter tales, that have been whispered only in the halls of the woodland realm and in the secret places where ancient memories dwell. It is one such tale that we share with you now. A story from the days before the Fellowship, before the darkness grew so great that all the free peoples of Middle-earth were called to stand against it. This is the tale of the Starlight Vigil, and how a young elven prince learned that the greatest courage is not always found in battle, but sometimes in the patient watching through the longest night. The story begins in the deep woods of northern Mirkwood, in a time when Legolas was accounted young even by the measure of his people. Though he had already seen more summers than mortal men could count in 10 lifetimes, among the elves he was considered yet unproven, a prince who had lived in the shadow of his father's great hall, but had not yet ventured far into the wider world. His skill with bow and blade was already remarkable, for even in youth the woodland elves learned the arts of war and woodcraft. But there remained much for him to learn about the deeper mysteries of his kind. It was in the golden days of autumn, when the leaves of the forest turned to bronze and gold and the air grew crisp with the promise of winter's approach, that strange tidings reached the halls of the Elvenking. Rangers who patrolled the northern borders brought word of a disturbance in the forest, a place where the trees had begun to sicken and die, where no bird would sing and no deer would venture. The blight had appeared suddenly, as if overnight, and it was spreading slowly but steadily southward toward the heart of the woodland realm. Thranduil, wise in the ways of the forest and skilled in the lore of growing things, recognized that this was no natural ailment. Something had poisoned the very essence of that part of the woods, and if left unchecked, it would continue to spread until it consumed all the green and living things that made Mirkwood, for all its shadows, still a place of beauty and wonder. The king called his counselors and his most trusted warriors to the great hall, where the autumn light filtered through high windows and fell in shafts of gold upon the carved pillars of living wood. Among those gathered was Legolas, standing tall and silent near his father's throne, listening with keen attention as the rangers described what they had seen. They spoke of trees whose leaves had turned black and brittle, of streams that ran clear but carried no life, of a silence so profound it seemed to press upon the heart like a weight. And strangest of all, they reported that in the center of the blighted area stood a single silver birch tree, untouched by the corruption around it, glowing with a faint and eerie light even in the full brightness of day. The councillors debated long about what should be done. Some urged that a company of warriors be sent to cut down the sick trees and burn them, to create a barrier that the blight could not cross. Others suggested that they seek the wisdom of Radagast the Brown, who dwelt in the southern reaches of the forest and knew much of the secret life of growing things. But it was old Galion, the king's butler, and one who had served the woodland realm since the days when Gil-galad still ruled in Lindon, who spoke the words that would change the course of events. "The silver birch is a sign," he said, his voice quiet but clear in the hushed hall. "In the old days, before the shadow came to this forest, such trees were known as watching trees, places where the spirits of the wood gathered to keep vigil against darkness. If one still stands untouched amid the blight, it may be that the forest itself is fighting this corruption, and what is needed is not the axe or the torch, but understanding and patience. Someone must go to that tree and keep the ancient watch, remaining there until the truth of this matter reveals itself." At these words, A murmur ran through the assembled elves, for the keeping of such a vigil was spoken of in the old law, but had not been practiced in many long years. It required one to remain alone, without food or water, watching and waiting for as long as necessary, be it one night or many. It was a test of endurance and will, and more than that, it required a certain openness of spirit, a willingness to listen to voices that spoke in no language of words, but in the deeper tongue of earth and leaf and star. Before Thranduil could speak, before any of the seasoned warriors or wise counselors could volunteer for this task, Legolas stepped forward. His heart had quickened at Galion's words, for something in them called to him, though he could not have named what it was. He felt, in that moment, that this was meant for him, that all his years of wandering the woods in solitude, of sitting in high branches and watching the stars wheel overhead, had been preparation for this very purpose. "I will go," he said, and his voice, though young, carried a certainty that made the others pause. "I will keep the vigil at the silver birch and watch until the truth is known." Thranduil regarded his son with eyes that had seen ages of the world pass, eyes that held both pride and concern. "The keeping of such a watch is no light matter," he said. "You will be alone in a place touched by corruption, with no weapon save your own spirit, no companion save your own thoughts. The night may be long, and what you witness there may test you in ways that battle never could. Are you certain this is the path you would choose?" Legolas met his father's gaze without wavering. "I am certain," he replied. "The forest has been my teacher since I first learned to walk beneath its branches. If it calls for a watcher, I would answer that call." For a long moment, silence filled the hall. Then Thranduil nodded slowly, and though his expression remained grave, there was something in his eyes that might have been approval. "So be it," the king said. "You will depart at dawn tomorrow. Galion will instruct you in what you must do, and we will keep watch at the borders of the blighted area. But we will not intervene unless you call for aid. This vigil is yours to keep, and whatever wisdom comes from it will be yours to bring back to us." That evening, as the sun set in glory beyond the western eaves of the forest, and the first stars began to appear in the darkening sky, Legolas sat with Galion in a quiet chamber overlooking the woodland realm. The old elf, who had seen so much and remembered so clearly the days before the shadow came, spoke to him of the ancient ways, of how the elves had once been more deeply connected to the living world around them, able to hear its voice and understand its needs. "The watching trees were sacred once," Galion explained, his weathered face lit by the soft glow of a single lantern. "They stood as bridges between the walking world and the deeper realm where the spirits of wood and water dwell. To keep vigil at such a tree is to open yourself completely, to set aside your own concerns, and become merely a vessel through which the truth can flow. You must not eat or drink, for these things bind you to your physical form. You must not sleep, for sleep is a retreat from awareness. You must simply be present, hour after hour, watching and waiting with all your being, until either the answer comes or dawn breaks, and the vigil ends." Legolas listened carefully, committing every word to memory. "And if the answer does not come?" he asked. "If I watch through the night and learn nothing?" Galion smiled, a sad and knowing smile. "Then you will have learned something nonetheless, though perhaps not what you expected. The vigil teaches patience, and patience is the beginning of all wisdom. But I do not think you will find the night empty, young prince. The forest knows you, and I suspect it has been waiting for someone like you to listen." As the night deepened and the stars grew bright in the clear autumn sky, Legolas prepared himself for the journey ahead. He set aside his weapons, for they would be of no use in this task, keeping only his bow out of habit and respect for the traditions of his people. He dressed in simple garments of green and brown that would blend with the forest, and he bound his hair back from his face so that nothing would obscure his vision. And as he made ready, he felt a strange mixture of excitement and trepidation, for he was venturing not into battle or adventure in the way he had imagined, but into something altogether different, something that would require a different kind of courage than he had ever needed before. Dawn came softly to the woodland realm, painting the eastern sky in shades of rose and gold. Legolas stood at the northern gate of his father's halls, watching as the first light touched the tops of the tallest trees and sent long shadows stretching across the forest floor. The air was cool and sweet with the scent of autumn leaves and morning dew, and somewhere in the distance a thrush sang its clear, bright song, greeting the new day as birds had done since the world was young. Thranduil came to see his son depart, and with him came several of the elder councillors and warriors who wished to offer their blessings for the journey ahead. The king placed his hand upon Legolas's shoulder, and though his face remained stern and composed as befitted a ruler of his people, there was warmth in his eyes that spoke of a father's love and concern. "Go with the wisdom of the Valar," he said quietly. "Remember that strength takes many forms, and that the greatest victories are not always won with sword and arrow. The forest has chosen you for this task, and I trust that you will prove worthy of its trust." Legolas bowed his head in acknowledgement, feeling the weight of expectation settle upon him like a mantle. "I will not fail," he said simply, and though the words were few, they carried the full force of his determination. The journey north took most of the day, for though elven feet were swift and tireless, Legolas did not hurry. He understood that this was not merely a physical journey, but a preparation of spirit, and so he moved through the forest with awareness and reverence, noting every detail of the world around him. He saw how the squirrels gathered their winter stores, how the late blooming flowers turned their faces to follow the sun's path across the sky, how the very texture of the air seemed to change as he travelled farther from the protected heart of the realm and closer to the wild and shadowed places. The rangers had given him clear directions to the blighted area, and as the afternoon wore on and the sun began its descent toward the western horizon, Legolas began to sense the change in the forest even before he saw it. The birdsong that had accompanied him throughout the day grew gradually fainter, until at last it ceased altogether. The rustling of small creatures in the undergrowth, which had been a constant presence, faded into silence. Even the wind seemed to move more quietly through the branches, as if afraid to disturb something that slept in these woods. And then he saw it. The boundary was as clear as if someone had drawn a line upon the earth. On one side, the forest continued in its autumn glory, the trees still bearing their bronze and golden leaves, the moss growing thick and green upon the stones, the ferns spreading in lush profusion beneath the canopy. But beyond that invisible line, everything changed. The leaves were black and withered, hanging from branches that looked brittle and dead. The moss had turned grey and lifeless, crumbling at the slightest touch. The very ground seemed drained of vitality, as if something had sucked all the life and colour from it, leaving only a hollow shell behind. Legolas stood at the boundary for a long moment, studying what lay before him. The corruption was exactly as the rangers had described, but seeing it with his own eyes filled him with a deep sense of sorrow. This was not the work of axe or fire, which, though destructive, were at least natural in their way. This was something else entirely, a wrongness that seemed to exist outside the proper order of things, a denial of life itself. Taking a deep breath, he stepped across the threshold. Immediately, he felt the change. The air was colder here, though the sun still shone overhead, and there was a quality to the silence that was not merely the absence of sound, but something more oppressive, as if the very atmosphere pressed down upon him with an invisible weight. His elven senses, normally so attuned to the life of the forest, found nothing here to grasp, no whisper of growth or movement, or the gentle pulse of living things. It was like walking through a place that existed between life and death, neither fully one nor the other. He pressed onward, moving carefully through the blighted woods. The dead leaves crunched beneath his feet with sounds like brittle bones breaking, and more than once he had to steady himself against a tree trunk that crumbled partly to dust at his touch. The path the rangers had marked was still visible, though barely, and he followed it deeper into the afflicted area, his eyes scanning constantly for any sign of danger or any clue that might explain what had happened here. As the sun sank lower and the shadows began to lengthen, Legolas finally came to the heart of the blighted zone, and there he saw the silver birch that the rangers had spoken of. It stood in the centre of a small clearing, and the sight of it made him catch his breath in wonder. Unlike everything around it, which bore the marks of corruption and death, the birch tree glowed with a soft, pure light that seemed to emanate from within its silver bark. Its leaves were still green, still supple, moving gently in a breeze that Legolas could not feel. The grass at its base was untouched by the blight, growing thick and verdant in a perfect circle perhaps 20 paces wide. As Legolas approached, he felt the oppressive weight of the blighted forest lift slightly. The air within the circle of green grass was fresher, cleaner, almost as if he had stepped into a different world altogether. The birch tree itself seemed to welcome him, its branches swaying as he drew near, though there was no wind to move them. He could see now that the light it gave off was not steady but pulsed very slightly, like the beating of a heart or the drawing of breath, as if the tree itself were alive in a way that transcended the ordinary life of growing things. This, then, was where he would keep his vigil. Legolas walked slowly around the tree, studying it from all angles, trying to understand what power dwelt here and why this one place remained untouched when all around it had fallen to corruption. The silver bark was smooth and unblemished, marked here and there with the dark horizontal lines characteristic of birch trees, and when he placed his hand against it, he felt a faint warmth, a subtle vibration that seemed to travel up his arm and into his chest, settling somewhere near his heart. He found a spot at the base of the tree where the roots had formed a natural seat, a place where he could rest his back against the trunk and face outward toward the blighted forest. As he settled himself into position, adjusting his cloak around him and ensuring that he could see clearly in all directions, Legolas reflected on what Galion had told him. He must not eat or drink. He must not sleep. He must simply watch and wait, remaining open and aware, allowing whatever truth needed to emerge to make itself known in its own time. The sun touched the western horizon, and the sky began to blaze with colour. Deep golds and burning oranges gave way to purples and deep blues, and one by one the stars began to appear, first the brightest, and then the fainter ones, until the whole dome of heaven was spangled with their light. Legolas watched the transformation with the appreciation of one who had witnessed countless sunsets, but still found each one unique and beautiful. He named the stars as they appeared, reciting in his mind the ancient elvish names that had been given to them in the elder days, feeling the connection to the long history of his people, and to all those who had watched these same stars throughout the ages of the world. As full darkness fell, the light from the birch tree grew more apparent, casting a gentle glow that illuminated the circle of green grass and pushed back the shadows. Legolas could see perhaps 30 paces in every direction, though beyond that circle of light, the blighted forest was lost in darkness, so complete it seemed almost solid. He settled himself more comfortably against the tree, feeling its warmth at his back, and prepared for the long night ahead. The first hour passed quietly. Legolas kept his eyes moving, scanning the darkness for any sign of movement or change, but nothing stirred in the dead woods. His thoughts wandered to his home, to the great halls carved from living rock where his people dwelt in safety and comfort, to the sound of elvish voices raised in song, to the taste of the sweet wine that was served at the king's table. But he pushed these thoughts away, for they were distractions, and he had come here to watch and to listen, not to dwell upon what he had left behind. The second hour brought a change in the quality of the darkness. Legolas noticed that the shadows at the edge of the circle seemed to shift and move, though whether this was merely a trick of his eyes or something more substantial, he could not tell. He remained still, his breathing slow and steady, his attention focused outward. The pulse of the tree at his back seemed to grow slightly stronger, and he felt his own heartbeat beginning to synchronize with it, falling into the same rhythm, as if he and the tree were becoming connected in some fundamental way. By the third hour, Legolas had entered a state of heightened awareness that was neither quite waking nor sleeping, but something in between. His eyes remained open and alert, tracking every movement at the edge of the circle of light, but his consciousness seemed to expand beyond the confines of his physical form. He became aware of things he had never noticed before: the intricate patterns of the stars overhead, the way each constellation told a story in the ancient language of light, the subtle variations in the darkness that surrounded him, as if the night itself had texture and depth that were usually invisible. The birch tree's pulse continued steady and strong against his back, and now Legolas began to sense something more. It was as if the tree were breathing, drawing in something from the blighted forest around it, and exhaling something pure and clean in return. He realized with a start that this was exactly what was happening. The tree was not simply surviving in the midst of the corruption. It was actively fighting against it, cleansing and purifying the poisoned earth one small circle at a time. The green grass at its base, the untouched leaves on its branches, these were not merely signs that the blight had failed to reach this spot, but evidence of an ongoing struggle, a quiet battle that had been waging since the moment the corruption first appeared. Understanding this filled Legolas with a new respect for the silver birch. It stood alone against forces that had killed everything around it, maintaining its vigil day and night without rest or respite. And now he understood why Galion had spoken of the watching trees with such reverence. They were guardians in the truest sense, defenders of life against the encroachment of death and decay, and they asked for no reward save the simple continuation of growth and beauty in the world. The fourth hour brought the first test of his resolve. A wave of exhaustion washed over Legolas suddenly, and without warning, so powerful that his eyes began to droop despite his best efforts to keep them open. He had not slept the night before, too full of anticipation and preparation for this journey, and now his body demanded rest with an urgency that was almost overwhelming. His head began to nod forward, and for a moment he felt himself slipping away into the darkness of sleep. But even as consciousness began to fade, he felt the tree pulse more strongly against his back, and the sensation jolted him awake like a splash of cold water. He sat up straighter, shaking his head to clear the fog of drowsiness, and took several deep breaths of the cool night air. He understood now that this was part of the vigil, that he would be tested not by enemies that attacked from without, but by his own limitations, his own weaknesses and needs. The challenge was to overcome them, to push past the demands of his physical form, and remain present and aware no matter how difficult it became. As if in response to his renewed determination, the darkness at the edge of the circle seemed to press closer. Legolas could see shapes now, vague and indistinct, moving through the dead trees. They might have been nothing more than shadows cast by the starlight, distorted by his tired eyes and the strange quality of the light from the birch. But they seemed to have purpose and direction, circling the green clearing like wolves around a campfire, never quite approaching, but never moving away. The fifth hour passed, and then the sixth, and with each passing moment the night seemed to grow deeper and more profound. Time itself began to feel strange to Legolas, as if the normal flow of minutes and hours had been suspended, replaced by something more fluid and uncertain. Sometimes it seemed as though entire ages passed in the space of a single breath, while at other times a single moment stretched out endlessly, becoming a small eternity unto itself. His throat was parched now, crying out for water with an intensity that made it hard to think of anything else. The autumn night had grown cold, and though his elven constitution was more resistant to temperature than that of mortal men, he still felt the chill seeping into his bones, making his joints ache and his fingers grow stiff. Hunger gnawed at his stomach, a constant reminder of his physical form and its needs, but he pushed the discomfort aside, focusing instead on the task at hand, on the watching and the waiting that he had promised to maintain. It was during the seventh hour that Legolas first heard the voices. They came from the darkness beyond the circle of light, soft and indistinct at first, like the murmur of a distant crowd or the whisper of wind through leaves. But as he listened more carefully, straining to make out words in the formless sound, he began to distinguish individual voices, each one speaking in a different tongue and telling a different story. Some of the voices were angry, crying out against injustices long past, raging at wounds that had never healed. Others were sorrowful, weeping for losses that could not be recovered, mourning for beauty that had been destroyed. Still others were fearful, whispering of dangers both real and imagined, spinning tales of doom and darkness that made the heart quail. And beneath them all, like a steady drumbeat, was a voice of despair that spoke of the futility of all effort, the inevitability of decay and ending, the final victory of darkness over light. Legolas recognized these voices for what they were, not external threats, but manifestations of the corruption itself, attempts to break his concentration and his will. The blight that had poisoned the forest was not merely a physical contamination, but a spiritual one as well, a presence that sought to infect the mind and heart with the same decay that had claimed the trees and grass. It fed on doubt and fear, on weariness and pain, growing stronger wherever it found purchase, in the thoughts of living beings. Understanding this, he steeled himself against the voices, neither fighting them nor fleeing from them, but simply acknowledging their presence, and then releasing them, letting them flow past him like water, around a stone in a stream. He thought of his father's words, of how strength takes many forms, and he realized that the strength needed here was not the strength of arms, or even of will in the conventional sense, but rather a kind of flexible resilience, the ability to bend without breaking, to endure without hardening, to remain open and aware even in the face of forces that sought to overwhelm him. The 8th hour brought a vision, though whether it was truly a vision or merely a product of his exhausted mind, Legolas could not say. The darkness at the edge of the circle seemed to part like a curtain, and through the opening he saw a great hall, vast and beautiful, filled with light and music and the laughter of countless elves. He recognized it as a memory of Rivendell, where he had once visited as a child, and the vision was so vivid and compelling that for a moment he forgot where he was, forgot the blighted forest and the watching tree and the vigil he had sworn to keep. But then the scene began to change. The light dimmed and grew sickly, the music became discordant and harsh, and the laughing elves transformed into twisted shadows that writhed and howled in torment. The beautiful hall crumbled and decayed, its pillars toppling, its gardens withering, until nothing remained but ruins and desolation. And through it all came that voice of despair, whispering that this was the fate of all things, that no matter how beautiful or strong or enduring they seemed, all would eventually fall into darkness and be forgotten. Legolas wrenched his gaze away from the vision, focusing instead on the silver birch and the circle of green grass that surrounded it. This was real, he told himself. This tree that stood against the corruption, this small island of life in a sea of death, this was proof that the voice of despair lied. Nothing was inevitable, nothing was foreordained. As long as even one living thing remained to stand against the darkness, there was hope, and hope was the beginning of all renewal and healing. The 9th hour found him trembling with exhaustion, every fibre of his being crying out for rest, for release from this ordeal. His vision had begun to blur, and dark spots danced at the edges of his sight. His limbs felt heavy as stone, and the simple act of keeping his eyes open required more effort than running for miles through the deep woods. But still he held on, drawing strength from the tree at his back, from the memory of his father's trust, from the knowledge that somewhere beyond this circle of light, his people were depending on him to complete this task. And as the 10th hour approached, as the night reached its deepest point before the first hint of dawn, something extraordinary began to happen. The pulse of the tree grew stronger and more insistent, and Legolas felt it not just at his back but throughout his entire body, as if his own blood had begun to flow in rhythm with the tree's heartbeat. The connection deepened with each passing moment until Legolas could no longer distinguish where his own life ended and the tree's began. He felt roots extending deep into the earth, drawing sustenance from soil and stone, felt branches reaching toward the stars, catching starlight and transforming it into nourishment. He experienced the slow, patient awareness of a being that measured time not in heartbeats or breaths, but in the turning of seasons and the cycling of years. And through it all, he felt the constant struggle against the corruption that pressed in from all sides, the tireless work of purification and renewal that the tree performed moment by moment, never ceasing, never faltering. Through this connection, Legolas began to understand the true nature of the blight. It was not, as he had first thought, a poison that had been introduced from without, but rather an absence, a void where life should have been. Something had drained the vitality from this part of the forest, sucking it away like water from a cistern, leaving only empty husks behind. The silver birch stood against this force not by fighting it directly, but by continuously replenishing what it took, pouring life back into the earth faster than the darkness could steal it away. But the tree was weakening. Legolas could feel it now, a slow diminishment of its power, as if a great reservoir were being gradually emptied. It had been maintaining this vigil alone for too long, and even the strength of a watching tree had its limits. Soon, perhaps in days or perhaps in mere hours, it would exhaust itself completely, and when it fell, the blight would spread unchecked through the entire northern forest, consuming everything in its path until it reached the very halls of the Elvenking himself. Understanding flooded through Legolas like cold water, shocking him fully alert despite his exhaustion. This was why the vigil was necessary. This was what he had been called here to learn. The tree could not sustain itself alone any longer. It needed help, needed someone to share the burden of its watch, to add their strength to its own, so that together they might stand against the encroaching void. And more than that, it needed someone to bear witness to what was happening here, to understand the true nature of the threat, so that the wise could devise a means to counter it permanently. As this realization crystallized in his mind, Legolas felt the tree's pulse quicken with what might have been relief or hope. He understood now what he must do, though the knowing filled him with both determination and trepidation. He must open himself completely to the tree, must allow the connection between them to deepen even further, must offer not just his awareness, but his very life force to sustain the birch's vigil. It was a dangerous undertaking, for in doing so he would make himself vulnerable to the same draining force that had created the blight. If his strength proved insufficient, if he could not maintain the connection long enough for help to arrive, then he too would be consumed, reduced to nothing more than another empty husk in this dead forest. But there was no other choice. Not really. This was what it meant to keep the vigil, to stand watch not merely as an observer but as a participant, to become part of the very struggle he had come to witness. Legolas drew a deep breath, feeling the cool night air fill his lungs, and then he consciously released his hold on his separate identity, allowing the boundaries between himself and the tree to dissolve completely. The sensation was unlike anything he had ever experienced. He felt himself expanding, growing larger and more diffuse, as if his consciousness was spreading out like ripples on a pond. The circle of green grass became part of him, each blade an individual sensation, each root and worm and seed a tiny spark of awareness within the greater whole. The light that emanated from the birch flowed through him and from him, no longer something external but an expression of his own inner vitality. And then he felt the darkness. It pressed against the boundaries of the circle like a living thing, cold and hungry, and utterly without mercy. It was not evil in any conscious sense, for it possessed no will or intention, but that made it no less terrible. It simply was an emptiness that sought to fill itself by devouring everything that contained light, or life, or meaning. To touch it was to feel the essence of oblivion, the complete negation of existence, and every moment of resistance against it required an act of pure will, a choice to continue being when non-being would have been so much easier. Legolas poured his strength into maintaining the circle, and he felt the tree draw upon his vitality with a gratitude that needed no words to express. Together, they held the line against the encroaching void, neither advancing nor retreating, simply enduring through the long, dark hours. Time ceased to have any meaning at all now. There was only the eternal present, the endless moment of resistance, the constant choice to persist in the face of forces that demanded surrender. Hours might have passed, or days, or mere minutes. Legolas could not tell. He existed in a state beyond normal perception, aware of everything and nothing simultaneously. He knew that his body still sat against the base of the tree, that somewhere far away there was a prince of the woodland realm named Legolas, who had family and friends and a life waiting for him. But these things seemed distant and unimportant compared to the immediacy of the vigil. All that mattered was the light, the circle, the continuous defiance of the darkness. But gradually, almost imperceptibly at first, something began to change. The pressure against the circle lessened, not dramatically but enough to be noticeable. The darkness seemed to retreat slightly, pulling back from the boundary of light like a wave receding from the shore. Legolas, deep in his merged state with the tree, sensed confusion in the void, as if the sudden reinforcement of the birch's strength had disrupted whatever pattern or process had been steadily draining the forest. And then, like dawn breaking, after an endless night, understanding came. The void was not a thing in itself but a symptom, an effect, rather than a cause. Somewhere beneath the forest floor, deep in the earth, where even elven senses rarely reached, an ancient spring had been blocked. This spring had once fed the land with water imbued with the vitality of the earth itself, a gift from the depths that sustained all the growing things in this part of the forest. When the spring's flow was interrupted, the land had begun to die, slowly at first, but with increasing speed, as the reservoir of life force stored in soil and root was depleted. The silver birch, sensing the catastrophe, had extended its roots deeper than any tree should be able to reach, searching for the source of the water, and had found it at last. It had been maintaining a connection to that deep spring, drawing up its life-giving water and spreading it through the circle of green grass. But the effort required was immense, far more than any single tree should have been asked to sustain. It needed help not to fight the darkness, but to clear the blockage, to restore the natural flow of the spring so that the entire forest could be healed. Legolas, understood what must be done, but he also understood that he could not do it alone. His consciousness was too fully merged with the tree, too deeply committed to maintaining the circle, to spare the attention needed for the delicate work of clearing the blockage. He needed to call for help, needed to summon aid from the kingdom, but to do so would require breaking his vigil, separating himself from the tree and risking the collapse of the circle before assistance could arrive. As he wrestled with this dilemma, caught between competing necessities, the sky in the east began to pale, almost imperceptibly. The stars that had burned so brightly through the night began to fade, washed out by the approaching dawn. The long darkness was ending at last, and with the coming of the light, the pressure of the void diminished further, as it always did when the sun's power touched the world. This was his chance, perhaps his only chance, to act before exhaustion claimed him completely. Slowly, carefully, Legolas began to draw himself back, pulling his consciousness away from the tree and returning it to his own body. The process was difficult and disorienting, like waking from the deepest of sleeps, and for a moment he feared he had been merged too long, that he would be unable to separate himself. But the tree, sensing his need and understanding his purpose, released him gently, withdrawing its presence from his consciousness like a receding tide. Legolas gasped as his awareness contracted back into his physical form, and suddenly he was acutely conscious of every ache and pain in his body. His muscles had stiffened from sitting motionless for so many hours. His throat was parched beyond bearing, and waves of dizziness washed over him as his exhausted mind struggled to process normal sensory input once more. He tried to stand and discovered that his legs would not support him. They buckled beneath his weight, and he fell forward onto the soft grass, his hands sinking into earth that felt blessedly solid and real. For a long moment he simply lay there, breathing heavily, waiting for the world to stop spinning around him. The dawn light was growing stronger now, painting the eastern sky in shades of pink and gold, and he could hear the first tentative songs of birds in the forest beyond the blighted area, their voices sweet and pure after the long silence of the night. Slowly, painfully, Legolas pushed himself up onto his hands and knees, then to his feet. He swayed dangerously, reaching out to steady himself against the silver birch, and felt a pulse of encouragement flow from the tree into his hand. The connection between them was still there, though much diminished, a thread of awareness that linked them even as they remained separate beings. Through it, he could feel the tree's urgent need, its desperate hope that he would succeed in summoning aid before its strength failed completely. He had to call for help, but how? He was too weak to make the journey back to the kingdom, and even if he could, there was no guarantee that the circle would hold long enough in his absence. The tree had drawn strength from his presence, from the sharing of the vigil, and without him, it might collapse within hours. He needed to find a way to reach his people without leaving this place, to send a message that would bring aid swiftly enough to matter. His hand moved instinctively to his belt, where he always carried a small horn, a gift from his father meant to be used only in the direst of emergencies. It was fashioned from the horn of a great stag that had lived in the mountains east of Mirkwood, and its voice could carry for leagues across the forest, clear and unmistakable even over great distances. He had never had occasion to use it before, had indeed almost forgotten it was there, but now he drew it forth with trembling fingers and raised it to his lips. The note that rang out across the blighted forest was pure and piercing, filled with an urgency that transcended mere sound. It spoke of danger and desperate need, of a call that must be answered swiftly or not at all. 3 times Legolas blew the horn, pausing between each blast to draw breath, and each time the sound seemed to carry farther, echoing from tree to tree, until surely it must have reached even to the very gates of his father's halls. When the last echoes had faded into silence, Legolas lowered the horn and stood listening, hoping against hope for some sign that his call had been heard. For a long moment there was nothing, only the sound of his own laboured breathing and the gentle rustling of the birch tree's leaves. But then, faint but growing steadily clearer, he heard answering calls, the voices of rangers and warriors spreading the alarm, relaying his message from one post to another until it reached those who could respond. Relief flooded through him, so intense it nearly brought him to his knees again. Help was coming. He had only to hold on a little longer to maintain the circle through the coming hours until aid arrived. He staggered back to the base of the tree and lowered himself carefully to the ground, leaning once more against the silver bark. The tree welcomed him with a pulse of warmth, and he felt its gratitude like a physical presence, wrapping around him like a comforting blanket. The sun cleared the eastern horizon, and its light swept across the blighted forest like a wave. Where the golden rays touched, the oppressive darkness of the night retreated, and Legolas could see clearly for the first time the full extent of the devastation around him. The dead trees stretched as far as his eyes could see in every direction, their blackened branches reaching toward the sky like skeletal hands. The ground between them was bare and lifeless, covered in a grey ash that might once have been leaves and grass. Only here, in this small circle where the birch stood, was there any sign of life or colour or hope. As he sat watching the sunrise, Legolas became aware that he was not entirely alone. Small creatures had begun to venture into the circle, drawn by the island of life in the midst of so much death. A squirrel emerged from a burrow at the edge of the green grass, its eyes bright and curious. A rabbit hopped cautiously toward the tree, its nose twitching as it tested the air. Even a fox, normally wary of elven kind, padded into the clearing and settled itself at a respectful distance, watching Legolas with intelligent eyes. He understood that these animals had survived the blight by staying close to the tree, by remaining within the protective circle where the birch's power kept the void at bay. They were refugees, survivors of a catastrophe that had claimed most of their kin, and they regarded the silver birch with a reverence that needed no words to express. This tree was their sanctuary, their last hope, and they would guard it as fiercely as he did. Time passed slowly as the morning wore on. The sun climbed higher in the sky, driving away the last remnants of the night's chill and warming Legolas's cold limbs. He dozed fitfully, his exhaustion too great to resist completely, but each time he began to slip into true sleep, the tree would pulse against his back, bringing him back to awareness. He could not rest yet, could not lower his guard while the vigil remained to be kept. There would be time enough for sleep when the spring was cleared and the forest began to heal. It was nearly midday when Legolas heard the sound of approaching footsteps, many of them, moving swiftly through the dead forest. He roused himself fully, trying to summon what little remained of his strength, and watched as figures began to appear at the edge of the circle. There were warriors among them, dressed in the green and brown of the woodland guard, their bows strung and arrows at hand in case of danger. But there were also others, elves clad in robes of silver and blue who carried staffs carved with ancient runes, the healers and lawmasters of the realm who dealt with matters of the spirit rather than the body. And at their head walked Thranduil himself, his face grave, but his eyes filled with pride as he beheld his son sitting vigil beneath the silver birch. The king entered the circle slowly, reverently, as one might enter a sacred shrine, and he knelt beside Legolas, placing his hand gently on his shoulder. "You have done well, my son," he said softly. "The message reached us swiftly, and we came as quickly as we could. Tell us now what you have learned, and we will do what must be done to heal this wound in our forest." Legolas tried to speak, and found that his voice was little more than a hoarse whisper, his throat too dry and raw for normal speech. But he forced the words out nonetheless, telling his father and the assembled elves everything he had learned during his long vigil about the blocked spring deep beneath the earth, about the void that fed on life force, about the tree's desperate struggle to maintain the flow of vital water. As he spoke, the lawmasters nodded in understanding, their faces showing recognition of ancient patterns and forces that had not been seen in many long years. One of the eldest among them, an elf whose white hair spoke of ages beyond counting, stepped forward and placed his hand upon the trunk of the silver birch. His eyes closed in concentration, and a look of profound sadness crossed his face. "This is a watching tree indeed," he said at last, "one of the last of its kind in all of Middle-earth. It has held the vigil here alone for nearly a full turn of the moon, maintaining this island of life through sheer force of will. But its strength is nearly spent. If we do not act soon, within hours at most, it will fall, and when it does, the blight will spread unchecked." "What must be done?" Thranduil asked, his voice carrying the weight of command. "Tell me what you need, and it shall be provided." The ancient lawmaster turned to face the assembled company, his weathered features grave but determined. "We must reach the spring," he said, his voice carrying clearly despite its softness. "The blockage lies deep, far below the reach of ordinary digging, in passages carved by water through living stone over countless ages. The roots of this brave tree have found a path, threading through cracks and fissures, but we cannot follow those ways with axe and shovel. We must use older methods, the songs and summonings that our people learned in the days when we first awoke beneath the stars. Thranduil nodded, understanding at once what was required. He turned to the assembled elves and began issuing orders with the calm efficiency of one long accustomed to command. The warriors were sent to establish a perimeter around the blighted area, to ensure that no disturbance would interrupt the delicate work about to begin. Others were dispatched back to the halls to fetch supplies, water, and food, and the tools that would be needed. And the lore masters and healers formed a circle around the silver birch, joining hands as they prepared to work the ancient magic that might yet save the forest. But before the ritual could begin, the eldest loremaster looked to Legolas, who still sat exhausted against the base of the tree. "You must be part of this, young prince," he said gently. "You have shared the vigil with the tree, merged your essence with its own. You know the path to the spring as none of the rest of us can, for you have felt it through the tree's awareness. Without your guidance, we may wander lost in the deep places and never find what we seek." Legolas felt a surge of dismay. He was so tired, so utterly spent, that the thought of engaging in any further effort seemed impossible. But even as he opened his mouth to protest, to explain that he had nothing left to give, he felt the tree pulse against his back, and with that pulse came a gift. Strength flowed into him from the birch. Not much, for the tree had little to spare, but enough to steady his trembling limbs and clear the fog from his mind. It was giving him what it could, sharing the last of its reserves, so that he might complete the task they had begun together. Rising to his feet with an effort that cost him dearly, Legolas took his place in the circle of loremasters. They welcomed him with gentle smiles and understanding eyes. These ancient elves who had seen so much and remembered so clearly the elder days of the world. One of them, an elf woman with silver hair, bound in intricate braids, pressed a small cup into his hands. "Drink," she said softly. "It is only water drawn from the enchanted river, but it will help sustain you a little longer." The water was cool and sweet, and as it touched his parched throat, Legolas felt a measure of relief spread through him. It could not remove his exhaustion or restore his depleted strength, but it eased the worst of his physical discomfort and allowed him to focus more clearly on what must be done. He handed the cup back with a nod of gratitude and took his place in the circle, joining hands with the elves on either side of him. The eldest loremaster raised his staff, and his voice rose in a chant that was older than the kingdom of Mirkwood, older perhaps than the forest itself. The words were in Kenya, the high tongue of the elves that was rarely spoken now outside of ceremonies and sacred rites, and they spoke of the deep places of the earth, of stone and root, and the hidden waters that flowed beneath the world. One by one, the other loremasters joined their voices to his, and the chant grew in power and complexity, weaving a pattern of sound that seemed to reach down through the earth itself. Legolas added his own voice, though it was weak and hoarse, and as he sang, he felt the connection to the tree strengthen once more. But this time it was different, for he was not alone in his union with the birch. The other elves in the circle were joining themselves to it as well, each adding their strength and awareness to the whole, creating a collective consciousness that was far greater than any individual could achieve. Through this merged awareness, they could perceive things that were normally hidden, could sense the intricate web of life that connected all growing things, could follow the paths of water and root through soil and stone. Deep, deep they reached with their combined consciousness, following the thread that the tree's roots had woven, down through layers of earth and clay, through strata of rock laid down over ages uncounted, through caverns where blind fish swam in eternal darkness, and crystals grew with infinite slowness. The journey seemed to take hours, though in the world above, no more than minutes had passed. Time moved differently in the deep places, measured not in heartbeats, but in the patient accumulation of stone and sediment, in the slow carving of water through unyielding rock. At last they found it, the ancient spring that had once fed this part of the forest with its life-giving waters. It welled up from depths beyond even their enhanced perception, drawn from some vast reservoir in the bones of the earth itself. But the channel through which it had flowed for time beyond memory was blocked, choked with debris that had fallen from above during some forgotten earthquake or collapse. Rocks and mud and the shattered remnants of stone formations had created a dam, holding back the water and preventing it from reaching the surface. The task now was to clear this blockage, but it could not be done with physical tools, for the spring lay far beyond the reach of any digging. Instead, the Loremasters began to sing a different song, one of shifting and moving, of stone flowing like water and earth becoming as malleable as clay. This was magic of a subtle and powerful kind, the art of working with the natural forces of the world rather than commanding them. They did not seek to shatter the blockage with force, but rather to encourage it to move aside, to find a new resting place that would not impede the flow of the spring. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, the debris began to shift. Legolas, still joined to the collective consciousness, felt every movement as if it were happening within his own body. He sensed the reluctance of the stone to move, the weight of ages pressing down upon it, the inertia that had kept it in place for so long. But he also felt the patient insistence of the elven song, the gentle but inexorable pressure that gradually overcame resistance and set things in motion. The work was exhausting even for the experienced loremasters, and for Legolas, already depleted from his long vigil, it pushed him to the very edge of his endurance. He could feel his strength draining away, flowing out of him and into the collective effort, like water poured from a vessel. His knees began to buckle, and only the hands of the elves on either side of him kept him upright. But he did not break the circle, did not withdraw his contribution, no matter how much it cost him, for he understood that they were balanced on a knife's edge. If any of them faltered now, if the song was interrupted before the work was complete, the blockage might settle back into place, and the chance would be lost. Time ceased to have meaning. There was only the song and the slow movement of stone, the gradual clearing of the ancient channel. Legolas felt as though he were being pulled apart, stretched between the world above where his body stood in the circle and the deep places where his consciousness labored with the others to move the stubborn debris. He was dimly aware of his father's presence nearby, watching with concern but not interfering, understanding that this was work that only those trained in the ancient lore could perform. And then, suddenly, breakthrough. The last of the debris shifted aside with a grinding rumble that echoed through the deep places, and the spring, freed at last from its long imprisonment, surged upward with renewed vigor. The water raced through the cleared channel, following paths carved over millennia, and though it would take time for it to reach the surface, the Loremasters could sense its swift approach. The healing had begun. The song ended, and the circle broke. Legolas collapsed immediately, his legs unable to support him for even one more moment. Strong hands caught him before he could fall, lowering him gently to the soft grass. He lay there gasping, his vision swimming, aware of voices speaking urgently above him but unable to make out the words. Cool water touched his lips, and Legolas swallowed reflexively, feeling the blessed moisture ease his parched throat. Someone was supporting his head, tilting the cup carefully so he would not choke, and he recognized his father's touch, steady and reassuring. Drink slowly, Thranduil's voice said from what seemed a great distance. You have given much, my son, more than should have been asked of one so young. Rest now. The work is done. But even as the king spoke, a tremor ran through the ground beneath them, subtle but unmistakable. The Loremasters, still standing in their circle though no longer holding hands, raised their heads in unison, their eyes bright with hope and wonder. It comes, the eldest whispered. The water rises. Listen, you can hear it singing in the deep places. And indeed, as the assembled elves fell silent, they could hear it, a sound like distant music echoing up from far below. It was the voice of water, rushing through stone channels, of pressure released after long confinement, of life returning to places that had known only emptiness and drought. The sound grew steadily louder, rising from the depths with increasing speed and power, and the silver birch began to tremble, with what could only be described as joy. The tree's leaves rustled though there was no wind, and its bark seemed to glow more brightly, the soft luminescence that had sustained it through the long vigil, now intensifying until it was almost painful to look upon directly. The pulse that Legolas had felt throughout the night grew stronger, beating like a great drum, and he realized that the tree was drawing upon the approaching water, preparing itself for the moment when the spring's power would reach its roots at last. Minutes passed in tense anticipation. The animals that had taken refuge in the circle sensed that something momentous was about to occur, and they gathered closer to the tree, their usual wariness forgotten in their eagerness to witness what was coming. Even the warriors at the perimeter moved nearer, drawn by the palpable sense of approaching transformation. The very air seemed to hum with potential, pregnant with possibilities that had been denied for too long. And then, with a sound like a great sigh of relief, water began to bubble up from the earth at the base of the silver birch. It came slowly at first, seeping through the soil in dark patches that spread outward from the tree's roots, but within moments it was flowing more freely, forming small rivulets that traced paths through the green grass. The water was crystal clear and cold, sparkling in the afternoon sunlight, and where it touched the boundary between the circle of life and the blighted forest beyond, an extraordinary change began to take place. The dead grass at the edge of the circle shivered and stirred, and before the wondering eyes of the assembled elves, colour began to return to it. The grey and brittle stalks softened and straightened, their natural green returning as if they had never been touched by corruption at all. The transformation spread outward from each place where the spring water touched, moving with visible speed, a wave of renewal washing across the devastated forest floor. The dead trees, which had stood like monuments to despair, began to show signs of life as well. The blackened bark lightened and healed, splits and cracks closing over as if time were running backward. Buds appeared on branches that had seemed utterly lifeless, swelling and opening to reveal tiny leaves of fresh spring green despite the lateness of the season. Birds that had fled the blighted area began to return, their songs filling the air with music that had been absent for far too long. Legolas watched all of this through eyes that were heavy with exhaustion but bright with wonder. He had succeeded, they had all succeeded, and the forest was healing before his very gaze. The spring water continued to flow, forming small streams that meandered outward in all directions, seeking the lowest ground and spreading the gift of renewal wherever they went. The lawmasters stood with their hands raised in blessing, their faces radiant with joy at witnessing such a restoration. Even Thranduil, usually so controlled and reserved in his expressions, allowed himself a smile of genuine pleasure and relief. But as the initial euphoria of success began to fade, the assembled elves became aware that Legolas was in dire condition. The young prince's face was pale as birch bark itself, his breathing shallow and rapid, his body trembling with the aftermath of too much exertion and too little rest. The connection to the tree had sustained him through the working, but now that connection was fading as the tree no longer needed his support, and without it, he was left to face the full weight of what he had endured. The elf woman, who had given him water earlier, knelt beside him again, her skilled healer's hands checking his pulse and breathing. "He has overtaxed himself greatly," she said quietly to Thranduil. "His spirit burns bright, but his body has been pushed far beyond its natural limits. He needs rest, deep rest in a place of safety and healing, or the damage may take years to fully mend." Thranduil's face grew grave. "Can he be moved?" he asked. "The halls are not far, and there he can be cared for properly." The healer considered for a moment, then nodded. "Yes, but carefully, and without haste. His strength is nearly gone, and rough handling could push him over the edge into a sleep from which he might not easily wake." She turned to several of the warriors who stood nearby. "Fashion a litter from cloaks and branches," she commanded. "Make it as soft as you can, and we will bear him home gently." As the warriors moved to obey, Legolas stirred, his eyes opening to focus with difficulty on his father's face. "Did we succeed?" he whispered, his voice barely audible. "Is the forest healing?" Thranduil gripped his son's hand firmly. "Yes," he said, and there was pride in his voice that warmed Legolas more than any blanket could have done. "You have done what few could have accomplished, kept a vigil that tested you to your very core and emerged successful. The forest will remember what you have done here, and so will our people. But now you must rest and allow others to care for you, as you have cared for the woodland realm." Legolas wanted to protest, to say that he was fine and needed no special treatment, but even forming the thought was difficult, and the words would not come. His eyes drifted closed again, despite his best efforts to keep them open, and he felt himself being lifted gently, transferred to the soft surface of the improvised litter. Hands arranged cloaks around him, tucking them carefully to keep him warm, and then he felt the smooth motion as the bearers lifted the litter and began the slow journey back to the halls. He drifted in and out of awareness as they travelled. Sometimes he was conscious of the movement, of the voices of the elves speaking quietly around him, of the dappled sunlight filtering through branches that were slowly but surely returning to life. At other times, he seemed to slip into a space between waking and sleeping, where dreams and reality blended together, until he could not distinguish one from the other. He saw the silver birch towering above him, its branches reaching towards stars that blazed with impossible brilliance. He heard the song of the spring water as it rushed through hidden channels, a melody that seemed to contain all the voices of the forest woven together in perfect harmony. And through it all, he felt the presence of the watching tree, no longer merged with his consciousness, but still connected, a thread of awareness that linked them across the distance. The birch was singing its own song now, a paean of gratitude and renewal, and Legolas understood that their bond would never fully break. He had shared the vigil, had become part of the tree's essence for those critical hours, and that experience had changed him in ways he was only beginning to comprehend. He would never again be able to walk through the forest without feeling the presence of all the growing things around him, without sensing the slow, patient awareness of trees and the swift, bright life of smaller plants. He had been given a gift, or perhaps had earned it through his endurance, and it was one he would carry for the rest of his long life. The sun was setting by the time they reached the halls, painting the sky in glorious shades of orange and purple. Legolas was carried through passages he knew well, though they seemed somehow different now, seen through his altered perception. He could feel the living wood of the carved pillars, sense the roots of the great trees that formed the foundation of the kingdom reaching deep into the earth. Everything was connected, he realized. Everything part of a vast web of life that extended throughout Middle-earth and perhaps beyond. The watching trees were nodes in this web, places where the connections were strongest and most clear. But the web itself was everywhere, joining all things in a pattern too complex and beautiful for any mind to fully comprehend. They brought him to his own chambers, a suite of rooms carved from the living rock and furnished with the simple elegance characteristic of elven dwellings. His bed had been prepared with fresh linens and soft pillows, and someone had placed vases of late-blooming flowers throughout the room, their fragrance sweet and soothing. The healers transferred him carefully from the litter to the bed, and the elf woman who had tended him at the spring began mixing herbs and essences that would help him sleep deeply and heal more quickly. Thranduil remained at his son's bedside as the healer worked, his usually stern features softened by concern and paternal love. He watched as the elf woman prepared her medicines with practiced efficiency, mixing dried leaves and flower petals with spring water in a silver bowl, murmuring words of healing in the ancient tongue as she worked. When the preparation was ready, she held it to Legolas's lips, and he drank obediently, too tired to do anything but follow her gentle instructions. The medicine took effect quickly, and Legolas felt a pleasant warmth spreading through his limbs, easing the aches and pains that had settled into his muscles and bones. His breathing deepened and slowed, becoming more regular, and the trembling that had afflicted him since the working finally ceased. But even as his body began to relax into the healing sleep, his mind remained active, processing all that had happened and all that he had learned. He slept for 3 days and 3 nights, a sleep so deep that the healers checked regularly to ensure he still lived, for his breathing was so shallow and his heartbeat so slow that he seemed more in trance than natural slumber. During that time, his father visited often, sitting quietly by the bedside and watching over his son with a vigilance that reminded those who saw it of Legolas's own watch at the silver birch. The king spoke little, but his presence was a constant reassurance, a silent promise that Legolas was safe and protected while his spirit recovered from its ordeal. While Legolas slept, the transformation of the forest continued. The spring water spread farther each day, following old channels and carving new ones, reaching into areas that had been touched by the blight and washing away the corruption. Trees that had stood dead and blackened began to show signs of renewed life. Flowers bloomed out of season, painting the forest floor with unexpected color. Animals returned to territories they had abandoned, and their songs and calls once again filled the woodland realm with the music of life. The news of what had transpired spread quickly through the kingdom. Elves who had lived in fear of the spreading blight now rejoiced at its reversal, and the name of Legolas was spoken with respect and gratitude. Many came to the king's halls hoping to see the young prince who had kept the ancient vigil, but Thranduil turned them all away, insisting that his son needed peace and quiet to complete his healing. There would be time enough for celebration and recognition when Legolas had recovered his strength. On the morning of the fourth day, as the sun rose clear and bright over the forest, Legolas finally stirred. His eyes opened slowly, focusing with difficulty on the carved ceiling above his bed, and for a moment he could not remember where he was or how he had come to be there. Then memory returned in a rush, bringing with it a flood of sensations and images from the vigil. He gasped and tried to sit up, but found that his body would not immediately obey him. His muscles were weak from disuse, and coordination that was normally effortless now required conscious thought and effort. "Easy, young prince." The healer's voice came from somewhere to his left, calm and reassuring. "You have been sleeping for days, and your body needs time to remember how to move. Do not try to rise too quickly, or you will find yourself back on the pillows faster than you can blink." Legolas turned his head toward the voice and saw the elf woman sitting in a chair beside his bed, a piece of embroidery work in her hands. She set it aside and rose, moving to pour water from a pitcher into a cup. "Here," she said, holding the cup to his lips. "Drink slowly. Your throat will be dry, and too much at once will make you cough." The water was sweet and cool, and Legolas drank gratefully, feeling it ease the discomfort in his throat. When he had drunk his fill, the healer set the cup aside and helped him adjust the pillows so that he could sit up slightly without straining himself. "Better?" she asked, and he nodded, grateful for her gentle efficiency. "How long?" he managed to ask, his voice hoarse but stronger than it had been when he first collapsed. "How long have I slept?" 3 days, the healer replied. "Long enough to worry your father and half the kingdom, but not so long that we feared you might not wake. Your body needed the rest, needed time to repair the damage done by such extreme exertion. You are young and strong, and you will recover fully, but it will take time. You must not expect to leap from this bed and resume your normal activities immediately." As if summoned by the sound of voices, Thranduil entered the chamber. His face, which had been drawn with worry, relaxed into an expression of profound relief when he saw his son awake and alert. He crossed quickly to the bedside and took Legolas's hand in his own, gripping it firmly. "Welcome back," he said simply, and there was a depth of emotion in those 2 words that said more than any lengthy speech could have conveyed. "Father," Legolas said, and found that his throat was tight with feelings he could not quite name. "I am sorry to have caused you concern. I did not intend to worry you so." Thranduil shook his head. "You have nothing to apologize for," he said firmly. "You answered a call that few would have been brave enough to heed, and you saw the task through to completion despite the cost to yourself. That is the mark of true courage, and I am proud beyond measure of what you have accomplished." Legolas felt warmth spread through his chest at his father's words, but he also felt a stirring of uncertainty. "Did I do right?" he asked. "I merged so completely with the tree, gave so much of myself to the vigil. For a time I was not sure where I ended and the tree began. Is that what was meant to happen, or did I go too far?" The king was silent for a moment, considering the question carefully. When he spoke, his voice was thoughtful and measured. "The keeping of such vigils is an ancient practice," he said, "and each one is different, shaped by the needs of the moment and the nature of the one who keeps watch. From what the lore masters tell me, what you experienced was rare but not unprecedented. In the elder days, when our people were newly awakened and still learning to understand the world, such deep communions with the living earth were more common. You touched something very old, my son, something that most of us have forgotten how to reach. Whether that was necessary for the task at hand, I cannot say with certainty, but I believe it was meant to be. The tree chose you after all, and the tree knew what was needed." As Thranduil spoke, Legolas became aware once again of the thread of connection that still linked him to the silver birch. It was faint now, stretched thin by distance and the separation of consciousness, but it remained, a subtle presence at the back of his mind. He wondered if it would ever fade completely, or if he would carry this awareness of the watching tree for the rest of his days. Somehow, the thought did not trouble him as much as it might have before the vigil. The connection felt right, felt like something he had been meant to discover, a gift rather than a burden. The forest, he said, remembering the waves of renewal he had witnessed before exhaustion claimed him. Is it truly healing? Was the working successful? "Come," Thranduil said, rising and gesturing toward the window. "Let me show you." With the healer's help, Legolas managed to stand on shaky legs and make his way to the window. It looked out over a portion of the forest that had been visible from his chambers since childhood, a familiar view that he had gazed upon countless times. But now it appeared transformed, more vital and alive than he had ever seen it. The trees seemed to glow with an inner radiance, their leaves catching the sunlight and scattering it in 1,000 shades of green and gold. Birds wheeled and sang in numbers that spoke of abundant life, and in the distance he could see deer moving gracefully through the undergrowth, unafraid and content. "The spring water has spread throughout the affected area," Thranduil explained, standing beside his son at the window. "Every day it reaches farther, and everywhere it touches, life returns. The blighted zone is shrinking steadily, and the lawmasters estimate that within a month it will be gone entirely, leaving no trace of the corruption that threatened our realm. The silver birch still stands watch, of course, and will continue to do so, but it no longer struggles alone. Other trees are growing strong around it, supporting it and sharing the burden of maintaining the flow of vital water." Legolas felt tears prick at his eyes as he gazed out at the healing forest. It was more than he had hoped for, more than he had dared to imagine when he first volunteered for the vigil. He had expected to witness and to report, perhaps to endure some trial of patience or courage, but he had not expected to become part of something so profound, so transformative. The experience had changed him in ways he was still discovering, had opened doors of perception that he suspected would never fully close again. Over the following days, Legolas's strength returned gradually. The healer visited him each morning and evening, bringing herbal preparations that hastened his recovery, and ensuring that he did not try to do too much too soon. He chafed at the restrictions at first, eager to walk the forest paths and see with his own eyes the full extent of the healing, but he soon learned that his body needed time to rebuild what had been depleted during the vigil. Even simple tasks like walking from his chamber to the great hall left him breathless and shaking, a humbling reminder of how close he had come to pushing himself beyond recovery. But each day brought improvement. His appetite returned, and with it, the ability to enjoy the simple pleasures of good food and companionship. His father arranged for his meals to be taken in the private family quarters rather than the great hall, sparing him the attention of the many elves who wished to speak with him about his experience. Thranduil understood that his son needed peace and privacy to process what had happened, to integrate the profound insights he had gained into his understanding of himself and the world. During these quiet meals, father and son spoke of many things. Thranduil shared stories from his own youth, tales of lessons learned and challenges overcome, and Legolas began to see his father, not just as the stern king who ruled the woodland realm, but as an elf who had walked a long road and gained wisdom through experience, both bitter and sweet. In turn, Legolas tried to put into words what he had felt during the vigil, the strange dissolution of self that had occurred when he merged with the tree, the terror and wonder of touching something so ancient and patient and profoundly other than himself. "It is difficult to explain," he said one evening, as they sat together after the meal, the remains of their supper cleared away, and only wine and fruit remaining on the table. "When I was merged with the tree, I could feel time differently. Hours felt like moments, but moments also felt like ages, and the tree's awareness was so different from my own. It did not think in words or images the way we do, but in sensations of growth and season, of root and branch, of the slow, patient work of drawing sustenance from earth and light. I wonder sometimes if I truly understood what I was experiencing, or if I merely touched the surface of something far deeper than I could comprehend." Thranduil nodded slowly, swirling the wine in his cup and gazing into its depths, as if seeking answers there. "The lawmasters say that such experiences are beyond the reach of normal language," he said, "that the merger of consciousness with the living world is something that must be felt rather than described. But they also say that those who have undergone such unions are changed by them, that they carry something of the forest within them ever after. Do you feel that this is true of you?" Legolas considered the question carefully. "Yes," he said at last. "I can feel it most strongly when I am outside, in the gardens or on the terraces. The trees speak to me now, though not in words. I can sense their moods, their needs, the way they respond to sun and rain and wind. It is not always comfortable, this heightened awareness. Sometimes it is overwhelming, all those presences pressing in on my consciousness. But I would not wish it gone, even if I could remove it." It feels like a gift, like something I was meant to discover." His father smiled, a rare expression that transformed his austere features. "Then, you have learned something that many elves live entire ages without understanding," he said. "The forest is not merely our home or our kingdom to rule, but a living being in its own right, worthy of respect and communion. Our people knew this once, in the days before we built halls of stone and withdrew somewhat from the wild world. Perhaps your experience will help us remember." A week after Legolas first awoke, the healer finally pronounced him well enough to venture beyond the halls. He set out early one morning, before the sun had fully risen, choosing a path that led northward toward the place where the blight had been. He went alone, declining the company that several elves offered, for he felt that this was something he needed to do by himself, a pilgrimage of sorts to complete what he had begun. The forest was awakening to a new day as he walked, and Legolas was acutely aware of every sound and movement around him. He heard the rustle of small creatures in the undergrowth, the calls of birds greeting the dawn, the whisper of wind through branches that swayed and danced in the gentle breeze, and beneath it all, he felt the slow, steady pulse of the forest itself, the vast network of life that connected every tree and plant and creature in an intricate web of relationship and interdependence. As he drew closer to what had been the blighted area, he began to see clear evidence of the transformation. Trees that he remembered as dead and blackened now bore fresh green leaves and healthy bark. The ground, which had been bare and lifeless, was now carpeted with new growth, grasses and ferns and wildflowers that had sprung up with remarkable speed wherever the spring water had touched. Small streams meandered through the forest, their waters clear and cold, and everywhere there were signs of abundant life returning to a place that had seemed beyond hope of recovery. At last he came to the clearing where the silver birch stood, and he paused at its edge, overwhelmed by emotion. The tree was magnificent, more beautiful than he remembered, its white bark gleaming in the morning sunlight, and its leaves rustling with a sound like gentle laughter. The circle of green grass had expanded significantly, now extending perhaps 50 paces in all directions, and within that circle, the sense of peace and vitality was almost palpable, a presence that seemed to welcome all who entered with open arms. Legolas approached slowly, reverently, and as he drew near, he felt the connection between them strengthen, the thread of awareness that had remained dormant suddenly blazing to life. The tree recognized him, welcomed him, and though it spoke no words, he understood its greeting as clearly as if it had been spoken aloud. He placed his hand against the smooth bark, and a wave of warmth and gratitude flowed through him, the tree's way of thanking him for his role in its salvation. He stood there for a long time, his hand resting on the tree, communing silently with the ancient consciousness that dwelt within it. He understood now, in a way he had not during the vigil itself, the depth of what the tree had endured. It had stood alone against the void for nearly a month, maintaining its circle of life through sheer determination and the last reserves of its strength, waiting for help that it could not be certain would ever come. And when he had arrived, when he had offered his own strength to share the burden, the tree had drawn upon him without hesitation, for the stakes were too high for pride or restraint. But the tree had not taken from him selfishly or carelessly. Even in its desperate need, it had been mindful of his limits, had given back what it could, had tried to protect him from the worst of the drain even while accepting his gift. There had been a partnership in their union, a mutual support that had allowed both of them to endure what neither could have survived alone. And that, Legolas realized, was the true lesson of the vigil. Not that strength lay in solitary endurance, but that the greatest achievements came through cooperation and shared purpose. As he stood lost in these reflections, Legolas became aware that he was no longer alone. He turned to find several of the lawmasters standing at the edge of the clearing, watching him with gentle expressions. The eldest among them, the same elf who had led the working to clear the spring, approached with slow, careful steps, his weathered face creased in a smile. "We hoped we might find you here," the old elf said. "Word reached us that you had left the halls, and we thought you might wish to see what your vigil has wrought. Walk with us, young prince, and we will show you the full extent of the healing." Together they walked through the forest, the lore masters pointing out signs of renewal and explaining the processes at work. The spring water, they told him, carried more than mere moisture. It was imbued with the vitality of the deep earth, charged with minerals and subtle energies that nourish not just the physical bodies of plants but their essential life force. Everywhere it flowed, it awakened dormant seeds and stirred sleeping roots, triggering a cascade of growth that would continue for months to come. They came at last to the place where the spring emerged from the ground, a pool of crystal-clear water surrounded by stones covered in fresh green moss. The water bubbled up from below with a gentle murmur, flowing outward in all directions to feed the network of streams that now crisscrossed the forest. The Loremasters had built a small shrine around the spring, a circle of standing stones carved with runes of protection and blessing, ensuring that the source of so much renewal would be guarded and honored in the years to come. "This place will be sacred to our people," the eldest Loremaster said, gesturing to the shrine and the spring it protected. "Future generations will come here to remember what was nearly lost and what was saved through courage and sacrifice. Your name will be inscribed in these stones, Legolas Greenleaf, so that all who visit will know who kept the vigil when the forest called for aid." Legolas felt humbled by the Loremaster's words. He had not kept the vigil seeking fame or recognition, but out of a simple desire to help, to answer the call that had stirred something deep within his heart. Yet he understood that the inscription was not truly about honoring him, but about preserving the memory of what had happened here, ensuring that future generations would understand the importance of listening when the forest spoke, of maintaining the ancient connections between his people and the living world that was their home. As the days turned to weeks and the weeks to months, the forest continued its remarkable recovery. The blighted area disappeared entirely, absorbed back into the healthy woodland that surrounded it, until no trace remained of the corruption that had threatened to consume the entire realm. New growth flourished with a vigor that surprised even the eldest of the Loremasters, as if the land itself were determined to prove that life would always triumph over emptiness, given half a chance. Legolas, too, continued to change and grow. The heightened awareness he had gained during the vigil became a natural part of his being, no longer overwhelming but simply another sense through which he experienced the world. He found that he could move through the forest with even greater stealth and grace than before, for he could feel the presence of trees and rocks and streams without needing to see them, could sense the movements of animals and birds, could read the mood of the woodland with an intimacy that few of his people possessed. But the changes went deeper than mere enhanced perception. The experience of the vigil had taught him patience of a kind he had not known before, a willingness to wait and watch and listen, rather than always rushing forward into action. He learned to trust in the slow unfolding of natural processes, to understand that not every problem could be solved with arrow and blade, that sometimes the greatest strength lay in endurance and the willingness to bear witness through the darkest hours. His father noticed these changes and approved of them. Thranduil began to include his son more often in the councils where matters of the realm were discussed, valuing Legolas's insights and the different perspective he brought to old problems. The young prince spoke less than many of the councillors, but when he did speak, his words carried weight, for they came from a place of deep understanding and genuine wisdom rather than mere cleverness or political calculation. Years passed, as years do, and the story of the Starlight Vigil became part of the lore of the woodland realm. Parents told it to their children as a lesson about courage and perseverance, about the importance of answering calls even when the path ahead was uncertain. The silver birch became a place of pilgrimage, visited by elves who sought healing or insight, or simply wished to pay their respects to the tree that had stood so steadfastly against the darkness. And Legolas himself often returned to that clearing, especially during times when he needed clarity or when the weight of decisions pressed heavily upon him. He would sit beneath the birch as he had during the vigil, though now in comfort rather than desperate endurance, and he would open himself to the tree's patient consciousness. In those moments of communion, he found a peace and centeredness that served him well through all the challenges and adventures that lay ahead in his long life. For there would be many such adventures, though he did not know it yet. As he sat beneath the healing tree in those quiet years, there would come a time when darkness would grow again in the south, when an ancient evil would stir and threaten all the free peoples of Middle-earth. There would come a day when he would join a fellowship of unlikely companions, setting forth on a quest that would test him in ways even more profound than the vigil had done. There would be battles and perils, friendships forged in fire, and a journey that would take him to the very edge of the world he knew. But all of that lay in the future, hidden behind the veil of years not yet lived. In the present, Legolas was content to walk the forest paths, to practice his archery and his woodcraft, to learn from his father and the wise counselors what it meant to lead and to serve. And always, in the back of his mind, he carried the memory of that long night beneath the stars, when he had learned that true courage was not the absence of fear but the willingness to stand vigil despite it, to offer one's strength in service of something greater than oneself. The silver birch stood tall and proud in its clearing, a testament to the power of persistence and the resilience of life. The spring continued to flow, its waters spreading renewal throughout the northern forest, and around the sacred source, the shrine stood as a reminder that some things were worth protecting, worth preserving, worth any sacrifice that might be required. On quiet evenings, when the last light of day faded from the western sky and the first stars began to appear, Legolas would sometimes stand on the terraces of his father's halls and gaze northward toward the place where he had kept his vigil. He could not see the tree from such a distance, but he could feel it, a steady presence in his awareness, a connection that would never fully fade. And in those moments, he would remember the lesson that the watching tree had taught him, that vigilance was not merely about standing guard against obvious enemies, but about remaining open and aware, about maintaining the connections that sustained life and beauty in a world that was always balanced between light and shadow. The animals that had taken refuge in the circle during the dark time still made their homes nearby, and their descendants would continue to do so for generations to come. The place had become a haven, a sanctuary where all living things could find safety and renewal. Hunters passing through those woods learned to respect the boundaries of the sacred grove, understanding that some places belonged not to any single people or kingdom, but to the forest itself, held in trust for all who depended upon its bounty. And so, the years turned, season following season, in the endless cycle that had continued since the world was young. Spring brought new growth and the return of migratory birds. Summer filled the forest with warmth and abundance. Autumn painted the leaves in glorious colors before letting them fall to nurture the soil. Winter brought rest and quiet contemplation, a time when the forest slept beneath blankets of snow and gathered strength for the renewal that would come with the turning of the year. Through it all, Legolas walked his path, shaped by the vigil he had kept, but not defined by it. He was more than the elf who had saved the forest, more than the prince who had communed with the watching tree. He was himself, unique and complete, carrying within him the wisdom of that experience but not limited by it, free to grow and change and discover new aspects of himself as the years unfolded. And in time, when travelers came to the woodland realm with tales of growing darkness in the wider world, when the shadow began to stir once more, and the free peoples looked to one another for aid and alliance, Legolas would be ready. The patience he had learned during the vigil would serve him well in the councils where strategy was debated. The endurance he had developed would sustain him through the long leagues of difficult journeys, and the deep connection he had forged with the living world would guide him when paths grew dark and choices difficult. But that, as they say, is another tale, to be told on another night when sleep is slow to come and hearts are hungry for stories of courage and friendship. For now, it is enough to know that the forest healed, that the spring flowed pure and clear, and that a young elven prince learned lessons that would serve him throughout the long ages of his life. The silver birch still stands in its clearing, they say, though whether this is truth or merely legend, few now living can say with certainty. But the story endures, passed down through generations, a reminder that the greatest victories are not always won with sword and bow, but sometimes with patience and presence, with the willingness to stand watch through the longest night and trust that dawn will come. And so our tale ends where it began, in the green heart of Mirkwood, in a time when the woodland realm still flourished and the elves who dwelt there remembered the old ways. May you carry something of Legolas's vigil with you as you drift into your own dreams. May you find in his story a reminder that we all keep vigils in our own ways, standing watch over the things we love, offering our strength in service of beauty and life and the connections that sustain us all. Sleep now, and may your dreams be filled with silver birches and starlight, with the sound of springs flowing clear and pure, and with the knowledge that even in the darkest hours there is always hope, always the possibility of renewal, always the promise that morning will come at last.